Hey, everybody. Hope you got some good rest last night. And we are on the top of page 9, segment 10, the spleen chakra, both front and back. So again, we're going through this process using those two oils that you were using yesterday. So the first oil, you're going to choose ambrid, benzoin, jasmine, melissa, neroli, rose, or lang lang. Now, the front spleen is on the left-hand side below the ribs, and then the back spleen is just if you push through the body on that same area. So your awareness is on the left-hand side below your ribs. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the left-hand side below your ribs. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still in the front spleen. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now push through the body and come out on the back side. You're on the back spleen, left hand side of the body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, your awareness is going to be on your lungs. Move your awareness to your lungs. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. We're going to do that one again. It's a short little process. We'll do it again. The thing with the spleen is it has to do with our overall vitality. Like if we feel run down and depleted, usually it's a spleen related issue. Even when we're feeling maybe a little bit depressed or a little bit melancholy, again, it's a spleen issue. So, one, you could look at it from the point of view is it's just your energy level, your overall vitality. When we feel depressed, we are depleted. We're run down. Our energy body doesn't have quite enough juice, and that's the fuel or gasoline to animate the body and the physiology. There's that component, but I'd say I'd even take that to a little bit of a deeper dive and say that when the spleen is depleted, we don't have the energy to feel, and we don't also have the energy to mentally process, right? So when the spleen is depleted, the heart is depleted. The heart can't activate, the heart can't process any of the lower emotions. So we're stuck with, if we're feeling a little bit angry or if we're feeling abandoned, it's almost like it becomes this cage that we can't break out of because we can't process it emotionally. The heart would integrate something, transmute it, release it, it would do something with those feelings. But if our spleen is depleted, any of those feelings that get generated by our physiology, by our body, associated with fight flight, it doesn't really have the energy to process it. And then the other byproduct of a depleted spleen or a malfunctioning spleen is brain fatigue. You know, our mind doesn't, or our brain doesn't have the energy to process the sensory information. And so a lot of times we just kind of shut down, get overwhelmed, or just let things pass by and we don't really process it, right? And so the spleen is very quietly a big deal for a lot of body's processes. So let's go through and let's do another round of that first one. That same thing you just used, you're on the left hand side of the body below the ribs. Now move through the body to the backside of the body, the back spleen. You're on your back spleen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on your lungs. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lung. And then pause. Pause and be still. Okay, so with application A, we unwound some of the dysregulation that's associated with the spleen chakra. Now, with application B, we're going to increase vagal tone, which increases the activation or regulation. Regulation would be happening if a chakra was overactivated and like chaotic, like overstimulated. So the vagal tone would increase the size or activate it, improving the function. Or if it's already overactivated, vagal tone would also regulate it so that it starts functioning normally or properly. If there's a big issue, it will take more than just one treatment, but over a period of time, you keep nudging it into that direction, right? So on application B, you're going to choose between benzoin, cypriol for balsam, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, or white lotus. So choose the oil that you're using. And your awareness is on the front spleen, which is the left hand side of the body below the ribs. Do it on Q&A. You're inhaling nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, push through the body, coming out on the back side, that same area, the back spleen chakra. You're on your back spleen. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and be still. You're just letting go. Let it incubate for a moment. You're just being still. Just let it incubate. The being still part is just as important as the inhalation part. We're going to do that one more time. So you're going to use the same oil you just used. You're on the left-hand side of the body below the ribs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Push through the body to the backside, that same area, but on the backside of your body. Left-hand side on the back. You're on your back spleen. And then move your awareness to the lungs. And just pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. How did that feel? Mm. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, your thoughts. And again, just to talk about what we talked about at the beginning of the day yesterday, is when we do the application A, you're decreasing the dysregulation associated in the nervous system with that chakra, like all the things that that chakra impacts. And so, whenever there's dysregulation in the nervous system, it makes the chakras malfunction, right? So, in previous classes, we've gone after the vagal tone and dysregulation in the nervous system, and we just did it like by body systems and by symptoms and things like that. Here, we're looking at it from the perspective of improving the function of the energy body, of the aura and the chakras, right? And so we're targeting the chakra, and, like here, the spleen, you know, it takes in air prana, breaks it down, and then distributes it through all the chakras. The reason why we go the lungs is just because it's breaking down air prana. right? It does a bunch of other things. It does your lymphatic system. The spleen itself is the one of the biggest lymphatic vessels in the body. And so it has to do with like fighting viruses and bacterias and breaking down blood cells and doing cleanup, detoxification. And so even further, it has a big impact on our emotions and how our mind functions. Like you could say, if your spleen is healthy, you're a very sensible person, because you have the cognitive ability to process information. If the spleen is depleted, we become more reactive, or we go to what we would call the hypothetical mind, where it's like, what about this? What about that? Too much this, too much that. If I go left, I won't get to go right, or you start getting into these weird loops of thinking, or you get into a kind of repetition. Repetition can happen for a lot of reasons, but brain fatigue is a big one, right? And so by going through and improving the function of the chakra, it even will help us overcome some of our difficulties to even spiritually grow and evolve. For us to spiritually grow and evolve, we do have to have a healthy spleen chakra. So that's kind of why I didn't do a write up of like these are the qualities of each chakra. Is we're trying to improve the function of the chakra, not so much use it for like a symptom oriented approach. Because as soon as we go to a symptom oriented approach, there's nothing wrong with trying to address symptoms, but here with trying to improve the function of the chakras, it really kind of reinforces that dysregulation. You're trying to produce a particular result that is something that's of the mind, or something that is some idea we have in our head, where we're wanting to expand out of the repetition that we're already in. The thing with the intellect is it tries to maintain where we're at. And we're trying to step through a doorway. We're trying to step through a gate. We're trying to open up into something that's much greater than what we've already been doing. If you look at the idea of healing, that is breaking out of a pattern, a pattern that is degenerative in nature, right? And so this idea of just working the chakra and seeing how it makes you feel and going a little deeper and noticing how it impacts your nervous system and your emotions and your mind. Because on one level, the chakras are in this area, but in another area, the chakras are much more dynamic than just the location and the functions that we know. There's so much more to the functions of the chakras than how we think about the chakras, right? So that's why I kind of refrain from just having a write up and going, this does this does that. Is we're exploring, we're doing an exploration. We're doing an inner experiment, an inner operation, where we're discovering something deeper within ourselves, and that could be healing, that could be something emotional or mental, that could even be just a deeper spiritual evolution, right? And so I think there's some questions, or we'll do some shares and questions, and then we'll do the next one.
Let me make it so you can unmute yourself if you want to ask a question. You can raise your hand as well. So
Yeah,
one of those, and
yeah,
then
shares or questions.
Yeah, shares is great as well. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm feeling good.
you're feeling good.
I'm feeling good. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. Hi, everyone. Long time no see.
Oh yeah. Hey, how are you? I
I'm
recognize
well.
that voice.
I'm well. Thank you so much.
Good, good.
Yeah. So I also did your other free weekend where we learnt about our inner pajamas, which was amazing.
Oh yes. Yeah. That just flew off the top of my head, and you're about the fifth or sixth person that's talked about the inner pajamas.
I can't help it. I love words, so I wrote it down because it just
Yeah.
laughed so hard. So
Yeah.
yeah. So I woke up this morning with soreness on my lower back left side of my back.
Hmm.
And then I thought, I'll just have a look at the notes. And then I saw the next one, the next chakra we were going to do was the spleen chakra. And I'm like,
Hmm.
oh, I feel like the pump has been primed here. It's like everything's moving in a certain direction. And then basically I got burperama this morning.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like complete release, and the soreness went down, and now it's gone.
Oh, tremendous. Yeah, yeah, good. I mean, that just goes to show, like, I was talking about this with a couple of people earlier in the week. It's like, regardless of whatever it is, something physical, something emotional or mental, like
Mm,
if we always just kind of go to where's the nervous system, let's balance out the nervous system, then we'll deal with the problem.
right.
Whatever it is. A lot of times when you deal with the nervous system, the problem just goes away because
Yeah.
really it's just a byproduct of imbalance. And it doesn't mean the whole system's imbalanced, but in a particular area it's imbalanced. And if you look at like pain or stiffness in the body, your body does go into like let's splint that area. It goes into like a little bit of a fight flight thing.
Mm,
And as much as is we want to get rid of it, the body is also trying to hold it in place so it doesn't get worse.
right.
Right. And so, I mean, part of like what we have to do sometimes is like break it out of that pattern so that it's like, oh, my body can regulate, or that muscle can relax, or that hip can align, or whatever
Mm,
it is. And it took me decades to really get that, for myself. And the more that I do that now, like whenever I have something act up, it's like, oh, I can remember it taking months to get over something, and now it's just like a few days or something. It really can be a game changer.
great, great. Anyway, super helpful. And in human design, I have the open spleen. So
Oh yeah.
I generally have to watch that. So I'm going to be doing this pattern a bit more often. I think it's going to be
Oh
helpful.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, good.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Good to hear from you.
Likewise.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey,
Good morning.
how are you?
Oh, I'm I'm doing better, thank you. Your few classes I've been attending, and I even the hives are kind of I hold my breath a little bit, quieting down. Thankfully, they
Just over
appear
the
to
last day or two?
um they well since I went off the prednisone, they've been slowly kind of shrinking to smaller ones, and then less and less. But also, I'm like on just basically protein and no complex carbs, just vegetables. So
Hmm.
I'm certain that to a degree, to a degree, food's drive has been driving it, So my inflammation in my body's got to be going down between what I'm eating and the classes I'm taking from you. But you said where the nervous system, go there, like, and kind of check in with that. So that would be like check, body listening, right? And then
Hmm.
kind of try to address that, balance that out.
Yeah, like there's that, but also like if we're looking at the digestive system, we were going to talk about this a little bit later today, but since we're here, like you would want to focus maybe like a little bit more on the solar plexus, on the navel, even the basic chakra a little bit. In some practices, the spleen, sometimes not. It depends. Um, as far as digestion, but here, like you're also dealing with potential like allergies, but like a lot of times even allergies in the digestive tract is that the nervous system and like the nerves in the gut aren't functioning like they should. It's kind of like how when you sit on your foot goes to sleep a little bit. Like it doesn't, then you try to walk on it, it doesn't work right for a little bit. Like a lot of times things in the gut can be like that, like the nerves a little bit asleep or it's in an imbalance. In medical aromatherapy, sometimes we refer to that as like a stress plagued um, digestive tract. But, you
And
know,
I think for sure
the,
that was going on, Greg, as well as
yeah.
I mean, yeast.
And,
Yeast has been bouncing back and forth and all that, as
and
well.
and the thing is like the stress isn't usually like an emotional stress or a mental stress. It's a physical stress. It's a mechanical stress.
Mhm.
And so like when things aren't functioning well, the stress just keeps getting worse. And if you think of like what stress is, it's dysregulation. That's what it is. And that part of your nervous system is overstimulated, hypervigilant, overreactive, whatever it is. And then, there causes the imbalance between, action and activity and rest and repair. And really our digestive system especially is tied more to rest and repair. It's like rest, repair, digest. It's
Mm,
really what that is. And so if we're not if we don't have good vagal tone, we don't have good digestive function. I mean, it's just bottom line. It's they're hand in hand.
right.
And so going through and just even doing, because here we're just using the same two oils. I mean, you could just do even body awareness, doing them like, going back and forth with them like that. And, the goal being that you diminish dysregulation and you improve the vagal tone. And, there's a lot of different ways we could get to where to do it. Here we're doing it from the point of view of energy, but, the body systems, however you want to address it. Um, you know, Here we're using something that's very general, but still would have a big impact. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for the opportunity to do this class. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking like last night. I was like, how have we not done this class before this? Like, we should have been doing this like a year ago. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's a good one.
Well, especially since we just did the mystical chakra one. That
Right.
was kind of a
Like the one
reading for
last
me. Yeah,
weekend. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. And it really helped between that for me, it's syncing things up because obviously I go into that brain fog or I
Yeah.
can only digest mentally so much. But
Yeah.
I'm definitely seeing improvement from
Good.
our time together. Thank you.
Good,
And
good, good.
and
Yeah,
thanks,
glad to
Sam,
be
very
here.
much as well. Okay, thank you.
And go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jake.
Hey guys. So I have one, possibly two questions.
Sure.
Um,
I have like probably five
one,
answers.
yeah, golly. I hope so. So one is, can you go over I know you just gave the speech about the specific function of the chakras is not as important as getting the nervous system to function
Hmm.
better, but your explanation of the functions of the spleen chakra was like captivated me, and I was like pouring my coffee and I didn't have a pen. Can you
Oh,
explain
sure.
that
Yeah,
a
yeah,
little
yeah,
bit
sure.
more about the brain fog and the processing of the
Yeah,
lower
sure.
emotions?
Yeah. So like I'd say that well, I'll just kind of go through it. So right off the bat, the spleen chakra has to do with like your overall vitality. So like if you're feeling run down or fatigued, if you looked at the energy body, Other centers could be depleted, but usually, even if they're depleted, the spleen is really depleted, So, um, when the body feels run down, when the body feels fatigued, when you just don't have enough juice in your legs, the spleen chakra is usually not functioning well. Like it's depleted, there's some dysregulation there, the vagal tone is very poor, right? And so the spleen chakra has a big impact on the immune system. Your body's ability to fight viruses and bacterias are associated with the spleen, the cleaning up of blood cells, like, breaking down old red blood cells and processing that. But also it's one of the biggest lymphatic vessels in the body. So it's also tied to lymphatic function and your body's ability to detoxify. But on a deeper level, the the spleen chakra is associated with um, like the heart, like your ability to feel and your ability to emotionally process is tied to the spleen chakra. And if the spleen chakra is depleted, your body is depleted, but also emotionally you would feel like depressed, right? Because you're really in lower emotion and you're not able to feel the heart. The heart's not able to activate. And so the heart's not able to like process those lower emotions because we're constantly generating lower emotions, right? We're constantly having the body send those lower emotions to the brain saying, hey, I feel like I'm in danger. I feel like this is not going right. My body hurts, whatever it is. It keeps sending emotion or keeps sending up signals, but it hopes to like activate like survival mechanisms through those lower emotions. Again, visiting, if you're angry, you're going to fight better, and if you're afraid or scared, you're going to run faster. If you're abandoned, if you feel abandonment, then you're going to fawn better, like you're going to try to adjust and adapt into some sort of environment where you fit in, right? And so if the spleen is depleted, then you really don't have the ability to process those emotions and release them, which means you stay in a neural loop. You're not able to go, okay, I'm in pain, but now I'm not. Or I felt like a little bit in danger because that person was going to say something and they say weird things sometimes, but you walk away. If you can process it, you go, oh, that's done. But if the spleen is depleted, you walk away and it's like still happening, still happening, still happening. You get in your car, you drive home, still happening, still happening, still happening. It never shuts off. And so part of what happens when the spleen chakra is depleted is we have a greater potential to stay in neural loops, much greater. Doesn't mean it's the only thing that keeps us in neural loops, but we have a greater potential because we don't have the ability to progress. We don't have the ability to process. And really, if you look at the spleen chakra, it has two components. It helps with our um, drive for life, like our ability to survive, but it also has to do with like progress or processing. So a lot of times the spleen would also be reflective of, are we in dysregulation? Are we in, an over hyper vigilant fight flight response? And do we have poor vagal tone? Like, or do we have good vagal tone? Progress would be associated with vagal tone. The survival field in the body would be associated with the drives for life, surviving. And so the spleen kind of gives us fuel for both. And if you look at the idea of dysregulation, one of the things that can cause dysregulation is depletion of that part of the nervous system, like what we would call dystonia and normal body terms or anatomy physiology terms. But really what we're just saying in a different way is depleted spleen. That's what that means, is the nerves are depleted. So in the old days we used to call that neurasthenia, but now they call it like chronic fatigue, fibromyalgia. And if you look at those conditions, part of the condition is that the nervous system is depleted. I mean, that's what neurasthenia means. It means depleted nerves. And so the body starts malfunctioning. And, here we're talking about the autonomic nervous system, but part of like chronic fatigue and fibromyalgia is there's another part of the nervous system tied to the voluntary part of the nervous system where we sense and feel things, where because of the malfunction of the spleen, the nerves fire much more rapidly than normal. So instead of saying 10, this is just a made up thing, but like, and so instead of saying 10 units per minute that it's generating of sensory information, it's generating 100. So much more data is going to the brain and then needs to be processed because those nerves are overactivated because of the depleted spleen. And so what happens then is the brain fatigues. Like you get brain fatigue. Your mind doesn't have the ability to process the sensory information coming in. And so we have the information coming in from the senses, but what makes us like sensible, right? Like the old school term of saying, oh, that person's very sensible. It means that they're not overreactive or repetitive in their thoughts or thinking of hypothetical things like, oh, if I don't turn left, something bad's going to happen, or what about this or what about that? It's kind of like fear thinking. And the stronger the spleen is, the more that we process the information rather than just becoming reactive or repetitive or hypothetical in our thinking. And so the spleen very quietly drives the emotions and very quietly drives the mind. Like if the spleen is depleted, your brain's not functioning at its optimum. You are a little bit more reactive. If you think about like how you feel when you're tired, you kind of just phone it in, or you just kind of do the things you know how to do. You don't go, I'm going to sit and problem solve this thing and I'm going to make it better. You're just like, the least amount of things that I can do to like just get through this situation. Your brain does the same thing. And in these situations, if it doesn't have to process something or cognitively, go through the steps, it will just react. And that again is tied to the spleen. If the spleen is strong, the tendency is for you to be more of who you are. Like you're smarter, you're able to process things better. Your mind is much clearer in its thinking. And when it's depleted, you just kind of become a reactive version of yourself. And so the spleen also is tied to overcoming internal obstacles. Because again, if you think about like your spiritual growth is you have to break out of a pattern and you have to overcome these internal obstacles. And that takes like some juice, that takes just like you would cognitively sit down and figure something out. There's something even deeper where you go, okay, I have this difficulty, but if I'm going to maintain my connection to the soul or increase it to the soul, I have to overcome this obstacle. I have to deal with this problem. And so in dealing with any sort of problem, that is how we learn and grow, and that's how intuition deepens and develops. It's how we learn. And again, if we don't have a healthy or strong spleen chakra, we don't really spiritually grow and evolve because we don't learn. Part of us breaking out of karmic patterns, one of the easiest and the best ways to do it is to learn what's in front of us. And if we learn, then we break out of that pattern and we do it in a way that's very gentle. And so if the spleen is depleted, our ability to learn is diminished. And so we are stuck in a place of repetition and making that same mistake over and over again. And so in Kabbalistic practices, this is why this center is known as victory, is we can break out of the pattern, we can evolve, we can spiritually grow. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much.
You're
That
so welcome.
really gives me some great direction and
Yeah.
explains some things about why I've been struggling with a few things.
Well, I would say most most people, like if you looked at their energy body, the spleen is usually a little bit depleted. Not
Yeah,
massively, but a little. But
yeah,
like when you start having like, I just can't get out of this way of thinking, or I can't, these emotions are just weighing me down, or I'm just always in lower emotions, and
yeah.
my meditations aren't that great, and all those things. Look at the spleen. I mean, I'd always look at the spleen
Okay.
because the spleen can get depleted. Like you could have a couple poor nights sleep, and the spleen can get depleted, or your body is in a stress state, or you got sick, or a body injury or something like that. You could be in pain for a while, and the spleen can get depleted. And so there's all kinds of reasons why the spleen can get off.
Yeah,
And so it's just one of those things that you just always kind of watch.
yeah,
And if it's depleted, you strengthen it.
yeah. Because yeah, well, cause I'm doing all the things. I'm meditating, I'm exercising, I'm
Yeah,
eating
yeah.
right, taking all my
Right.
herbs, and yet it's like something's not, so I think this is super
Yeah,
helpful.
that could be super helpful. And, with all that stuff, the more you just do vagal tone and diminished dysregulation all over the body will be helpful. But, I like this idea of doing it from the point of view of chakras because, you know, you don't have to necessarily just focus on a body system. You can just go, okay, all the things that it hits. And there's a lot more depth to the chakras than it just does these things. And mystical writings. I mean, there's all these aspects that have nothing to do with like your physiology or your emotions, and might have something to do with like mental function, but it's more like developing the intuitive qualities of the mind. And it's like how Samantha and a few other people were saying yesterday when they were working a particular center, and they go, I felt like I fell into the center. And, to a certain extent, these centers are also like a gateway or a doorway into a different experience. I mean, there's a reason why there's a different aspect of God within each of the chakras, and there's a different angel. Like if it was just all the same, it would just be the same aspect everywhere. But each one has its like own little realm that you kind of experience, and there's these qualities and there's these influences. And when we're in the intellectual mind, we really don't allow ourselves to have that experience because we've never experienced it before. And we're trying to maintain the things we already know. And so it is like getting up off a merry-go-round and then walking through a door. Yeah.
That's great. Well, uh, the other question, maybe this
Mhm.
is not the time for it because maybe you want to move on, but uh, I'm not even sure how to ask it, but it's just watching the news lately has been so challenging.
Mhm.
And it's just Well, it's hard to like read the news because it's so upsetting about what's going on in this country
Mhm.
and around the world, but also like our world leaders just seem to be super, super unbalanced and dysregulated, right? Like,
So, your sphere of influence is you're not going to be able to do a whole lot about that other.
yeah,
And so again, I'd come back to, you know, trying to maintain the vagal tone and diminishing the dysregulation so that, even in the face of all the things going on, we don't lose ourselves and we don't get stuck in our head or stuck in our emotions, that we still spiritually grow and evolve. I mean, if we look at it through the microscope right now, yes, but also there's a bigger picture where, over the next 5, 10,000 years, you know, this is just a blip. And so we're in it. So of course it's upsetting. But at the same time, from the point of view of the soul and from the astral body, there's a lot more going on than just that.
yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get political. I just,
No, it's okay. I mean, it's what's going on. Like
yeah,
it's hard not to these days.
yeah. Okay. Thank you, Greg.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, hey, Laura.
Good morning. That was a great answer for Jake for both of those because I feel the same way about
Yeah, it's
the
it's
news and
upsetting
stuff
times.
and getting that bigger picture of, thousands of years is a good way of
Yeah,
looking at some of it.
yeah.
Um the
That
other
that's one of the things like working with the angels. The vagal tone takes us there too, but like the angels, like it really does kind of shift the perspective of like there's a bigger picture. And you know, if humanity is evolving, really we're going through a change of an age. And so every change of an age, it's the Wild West for a while. It just is. And so it would be it's very easy to get stuck on the negative things that are happening, but also there is a divine plan, right? That is a much bigger picture than what's happening right now. And kind of like how we talk about like with the angels, like attuning to the light and aligning with the light is, you're staying connected or aligned to a certain extent with the divine plan. And even if the world is going through difficulties, we're not like the soul doesn't get dirtied by it. And at the same time, even through the difficulties, we're still spiritually growing and evolving because if we spiritually grow and evolve now, for the future, that sets a greater potential for humanity after us. You know, if we all go down the drain, then it's much harder in a few generations for people to have an opportunity to, you know, have that opportunity to grow or to just be in a good place. Yeah.
keep reminding us of that.
Yeah. And it is a change of an age. I mean, bottom line, it's the Mayan calendar ended in 2012, but if you make the adjustments to like all the calendar changes and everything, uh, uh, 2012 is really 2020. So, that
What's
end
happened
of that
since 2020?
calendar is means it's a change of an age. That's what that meant.
Well, okay, and this kind of went back to what you were answering with Jake's
Mhm.
question. But I missed part of yesterday, a good part of yesterday afternoon. Um, are there things? Okay, first question: if I'm doing 1 week or whatever, kind of focusing on the spleen, would you go back to segment 1 and 2 before you started working on the spleen to get you
It
ready?
would make it stronger. Like you don't have to, but like those two things were to just get the pumps primed and going. And so even if you just spent 5 or 10 minutes on those, it would make everything stronger. Like after a while, like if you can just access that, like the better that you get at body listening, you don't have to necessarily prime those pumps at the beginning, but like the body listening, how we go through and we, put our awareness on the shoulder or something, and then you focus and then you start to expand, right? You're listening to the body, but you're also shifting out of the dysregulation and you're improving vagal tone, right? So just by going through and doing that, the chakras are already starting to function better. But we also want to take like that process of concentration turning into awareness into the chakra, right? Because a lot of times, most everything we do is like survival oriented. It's of the survival field. And so even when we put our awareness on the chakra, we kind of do it from the point of view of survival. And we're trying to produce something for the external world or so that I do better out there or whatever it is. We don't really allow for something to shift internally because so much of what we have to do is survival oriented. It's not that we're just like being weird. It's like you got to keep your wits about you to like, make it out there. But at the same time, at some point for healing, you have to be able to shift out of that. Right. And so the body listening turns into like chakral listening, like, where you sit and you might concentrate on an area, but then it allows it to shift into vagal tone or where the chakra expands. And that's what we're shooting for, just to mechanically go through these centers. It might produce something, but really to go to a center and diminish dysregulation and improve vagal tone, that center then really starts to like do what it does. And the more that we do that, at first it's going to have physical impact, then it's going to have psychological impact, and then it's going to start having like spiritual impact. And so even if you look at the idea of conductivity and you look at the mechanics of what conductivity or being spiritually, conductive is, it's just really deep vagal tone. That's all it really is. You just keep going deeper and deeper into vagal tone.
Interesting. So, like I said, I missed a good bit of yesterday afternoon. Are there certain chakras that you spend more time? Is this the def? When we just went through the spleen, I was thinking, wow, that is so important. Do
Yeah.
you spend more time on the spleen than others, or do you, if I mean, do you just kind of rotate through, or
I spend a lot of time on the spleen. So the ones that I spend a lot of time on are like I spend a lot of time on the spleen, and I spend a lot of time on the Ming Men, which is the one we're about to do.
got
And
it?
the Ming Men, it's part of what transmutes so much things in the body. And, you know, even some of our mental faculties are tied to either the spleen or the Ming Men. And so even if you're trying to treat things like up here, like if the spleen and the Ming Men are not in good places, whatever you do up top is going to be, like if you really get uh, those are incredibly helpful. Um, I mean, we do something on the spleen and Mingmen every day, like every day. We clean up the spine, we clean, that and that. And then the other one to probably do a lot on is the solar plexus and then the ajna. Yeah, those would be the big hitters. The ajna, um, because it's also the master chakra, so it regulates all the other chakras. But it's also like the energy of thought, and it's tied to like what the spleen gives the mind energy for. The ajna is like takes that energy, goes, okay, I can do this. It takes the baton and goes, I can think these particular ways, and I can break out of patterns, and I can break out of repetitive thought. Because repetitive thought, we think of repetitive thought as just like, oh, I have the same thought over and over again. And yes, that is true. Like, oh, don't do this, don't do that, don't think of an apple, don't think of an apple, don't think about, oh, those apples. We think of repetitive mind as that, and that is true. But a repetitive mind can also be like a pattern of thinking, that we keep doing over and over again. And then when faced with a particular problem, we do the same thing that we always have done, and we're expecting a different outcome. Maybe it's going to be different this time, but the repetitive component is, okay, I'm faced with this difficulty, this problem. I'm going to do the same thing that I always do, and hopefully it's different this time. When really, if the ajna is strong, it goes, hey, I've done this a billion times and it's never been the same. I got to do something different. And so then it starts to like kind of problem solve its way out of the situation. And it's usually not a big, it's like a lot of little movements. It's not some big decision. It's like adjustment, 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 adjustment. And then you look back and go, look, I used to be way back there. Like I'm somewhere different now. And so you could say that if the ajna is strong, you become a very good traveler. You know what I mean? Like you get out of the repetition of being on whatever the merry-go-round is, and you go, I'm stepping out of here and I'm going to try something new. I'm going to try something different. I'm going to experiment with something. I'm going to, even if I tie a rope around my waist and hook it to the merry-go-round, I'm still going to get out a little bit and try something different. And, you know, the traveling can be trying new things externally, but also just like turning inward and going into places that are part of you that you just haven't accessed before.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is something I need personally that might apply hopefully to other people. I have obviously taken a ton of your classes, and
Mhm.
every time I finish a class, I think, oh, I need to do this every day or every month or whatever. Is there a shortcut for any of this, like wearing some of these oils or taking them internally that would
You could
help
you
us?
could you could dab, like you could try rotating, like the two oils that you're using here, and you could dab it on the chakra. Like, I would still work dysregulation and vagal tone, but like, um, put one on there, and then, later in the day, put the other one on that particular area. That would be a way of, it's not quite the same, but it's still helpful. Yeah.
And
But even the idea of like, the first two things, the assemblage point and, the body listening, even doing salt baths with those, or salt baths with the things that you're using here, you're getting it on your body, or you're doing a body tonic, or, some version of that. The goal is still you're decreasing dysregulation and you're increasing vagal tone. And so even when you're just doing like a bath and it's not specific to a chakra, it's still making all the chakras function better. Right. And if you're taking down the dysregulation, it's making the dysregulation go down in all the chakras. Right. And so it doesn't always have to be chakra specific. Any time you play with vagal tone and diminishing dysregulation, you're impacting the chakras, even though that might not be your intention. Like here, we're doing it through the microscope of the chakras. But even like when we were doing things in the class where we're doing the digestive system and digestive vagal tone and digestive dysregulation and dealing with all that there, you're still impacting the chakras of that system is associated with. You're still impacting those things. Like it's still happening. So if you just kind of use the idea of improving vagal tone, diminishing dysregulation. You're always working the energy body. You're always working the auric programs. You're always working the function of the chakras. You're always working the function of the body systems. You're even reducing potential symptoms that are arising because the symptom is just poor vagal tone and dysregulation specific to a body system or an area of function.
That's great information.
Yeah.
Can you give me some specific oils you would use for this with the salt baths?
I'd go back up to, let's see here. For the body listening, frankincense, mugwort, um, are good, inexpensive things to do for the body listening. And, anytime you're doing body listening, you're improving vagal tone. As soon as you do that, your vagal tone's improving because for your mind to listen, there has to be like vagal tone. So what you're doing when you're doing body listening is you're manually making the mind go to intuition, and you're manually making the body like process that information, which means you're making it go into vagal tone. And so body listening is always a good place to, do salt baths. So a lot of times when people go, is there a good bath to do? And I always go frankincense, and then I go, and then I start thinking frankincense is just an easy go-to one because it improves the body listening. Like it just, whatever you're treating, frankincense is always nice because it does that. And there's other ones in there, but they're a bit more expensive. I would keep it in a more practical side. And then the assemblage point, again, you're shifting dysregulation there. And, a galbanum or a cistus bath is nice. Aloes if you're feeling fancy. But for me, for I don't know, 30 years, like Sitka's been my go-to thing for that. Like back when before the Zooms and I would go to places in person, we would give out a little kit and almost every time I was given Sitka, where people were like going, every time you come, you give us Sitka. And that's like, because it's amazing, but you know, I don't know. It's very good for taking down the dysregulation. It's very good for taking it down.
That was
And
awesome.
then
Thank you.
and then from like if you look at the dysregulation specific to the chakras, I mean the segment A, Lang Lang is like kind of the most practical. Everything else is a bit expensive. I mean, I guess benzoin's not, but everything's kind of expensive. Lang Lang's not, and Lang Lang's incredibly soothing, right? And then for the application B, I mean, spikenard, vetiver are good salt baths. For balsam's a good salt bath. Cypriol's a good salt bath. Vagal tone would be a good salt bath, which has several of those things already in it. So, yeah,
Thank you so much.
you're so welcome.
Yeah, great shares and questions, guys. And then in the chat, someone shared, thank you for the practice. Very grateful. And we have some questions as well. Would it be possible for Greg to demonstrate the proper inhalation, exhalation as we do the protocols?
Sure. So you're taking the cap off, obviously, And then you're holding the bottle, and it could be a roller ball, it could be a little 2 ml bottle. Here I'm holding, a normal size bottle. But then you're holding it up to your nose and like an inch or two from your nose. And then you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths through the nostrils. So, and then exhaling through the mouth. So inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. And the idea of inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth, for one, that also improves vagal tone. Like just the act of inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. You're taking a long, slow, deep breath. That will start to shift the nervous system. But also, as you're inhaling the oil, right? As you're inhaling the oil, part of how that impacts us is, for one, there's the energetic component, where the energetic component kind of shifts our energy body to something that's in more alignment. But also, what is giving the smell are little particles that you're taking in, and then it's going in through the respiratory tract, and then as blood passes through the lungs or the respiratory tissues, then the molecules are infused into the blood, and so it starts to impact you physically. So you're getting the energetic component, and then you're also getting the physical component. And there's something about the sense of smell, as far as the nervous system is concerned, that helps shift the nervous system to a much greater degree than other things. So, the more that we lean into refining that sense of smell, by doing this process, the greater we're able to shift the nervous system.
And you've kind of touched on this one as well throughout, but earlier someone was asking, how do I know when to use application A or B?
So I would do them together. Like application A is about diminishing dysregulation, and then application B is about improving vagal tone. And just because we diminish dysregulation doesn't necessarily mean vagal tone increases. And then vice versa. Just because vagal tone increases doesn't mean dysregulation goes down. And so, there's a little bit of an influence, but we want to work each component. And so I would do them together, like you would do A and then B. If you do B and then A, it still works. It's just usually if you do the dysregulation first, it makes it easier for there to be an increase in vagal tone.
And then a share after the practice, they said a bit of coughing and yowing with the fur balsam.
Oh yeah, for balsam. Yeah.
Question, is osmanthus a good one for body listening? It always has a very profound effect on me.
Let me look at what I got listed there. Yeah, it's in body listening. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. All of those listed under segment 2 are very A plus choices. Yeah, very A plus. A quiet one that we really don't think about is the straw flower. It's not very expensive, just like frankincense, and works quite good for that. It's in the helichrysum family.
Um, is there any other oils or protocols that would greatly strengthen the spleen as a standalone?
So things that are strengthening the spleen, like so there's spleen chakra blends, right? But then it starts to depend on what's going on with the spleen. So like you might want to just look at it from the point of view of improving the vagal tone and diminishing dysregulation like we're doing here. But if the spleen is depleted, then, things like angelica can be helpful. Things like St. John's wort can diminish dysregulation and improve detoxification in the body. So that can be helpful. Sometimes even helichrysum, especially if there's something trauma related. But one of the big big things that actually is very impactful to the spleen. And, we don't really think about it like this, is cords, like etheric cords. And so, if you look at the idea of cords, we think of like, oh, I have cords from other people, people are draining us. That is true. But, going back to the idea of the spleen being associated with, our overall vitality and the drives for survival and then also for progress, like the idea of cords becomes like a um, potential stumbling block for a healthy, vibrant spleen. And we are going to do like a very deep dive on chords in ways that we've never talked about before. It makes sense, but for most people, we just kind of go, oh, there's chords, we have the experience, but there are very deep mechanisms associated with how we're impacted by chords and why we send chords out. It's very survival oriented. And I would say not just survival oriented, it's safety oriented. We're trying to not get hurt, not have things fall apart. We're trying to micromanage something. We're trying to establish ourselves. We're trying to, maybe protect ourselves. We're trying to keep the body safe or our physiology or the organism safe. And so we send out cords to help us stabilize or to micromanage or try to get things to come out the way that we'd like them to. But other people do it to us. Now, if they're in a super dysregulated state, those are super negative cords that are coming into us, and then they hit our system and they cause dysregulation. And then what happens is, over a period of time, that contamination begins to affect us, and then we start behaving the way the people that courted us behave. And so, this idea of unwinding the cords and even refining the cords, because part of part of how we survive is we do send out like these little projections, like little feelers out into the world of like, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? And, where we're in a good place, they're just neutral chords, or maybe even a little bit positive, but we're in a very dysregulated place, they're negative chords. So be it that they're coming in or going out, it's a reflection on the nervous system and also a little bit of the mind, the intellect. And so, what we're going to do is we're going to refine the safety intelligence in the body, which is the mechanisms that send cords out or is impacted as chords come in. But then we're going to also refine like how we view the outside world and how we survive so that we're less susceptible to the negative chords coming in and that we're doing beneficial projections outward so that we're able to thrive and not be in a dysregulated state because we're in a panic about this or obsessive about things not falling apart or obsessive about micromanaging something or it's how we kind of express ourselves out in the outside world. And so we're going to do a whole weekend on chords, not just working chords but working the mechanics of why we get chorded and what happens when the chords come in, how that shifts our mind and our physiology. Yeah. Yeah. So the more you work the chords, usually the healthier the spleen is.
Question. I missed the body listening part. Can you please explain how to do this part?
Yeah. So body listening is you put your attention awareness on a particular area of the body and you concentrate on it. You don't try to fix it. You don't try to relax it. You don't try to do anything. You just stay concentrated on that area. And then over a period of time, the focus begins to turn to awareness. So that's what you're shooting for, is like a shift. You know, it will feel like you're spacing out a little bit. But the thing that you want to look for is that the mind goes quiet. You know, if you're focused on this and then all of a sudden you're like, I gotta get the car washed. I gotta do this, I gotta do that. You're still in the loop. So you want to focus on an area, and as you expand, if there's content there, like, I gotta get the car washed, or I gotta do this, I gotta do that, still keep putting your attention in that area. But when you expand and your mind just kind of goes quiet, that's what you're shooting for.
And go ahead, Letty.
Hey, hey.
Hi, Greg. Hi, Sam. Sorry, Greg, I missed really quick. Going back again to the spleen. Is the oil blend spleen, is it as effective as what we're trying to do here, or it's doing something different?
No,
Okay, thank you.
different way to the top of the mountain.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah. But if you take chocolate and peanut butter and you go,
Together.
you could do
Okay.
them both. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I thought you mentioned it, but I wasn't sure if that's what you were referring to.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And after you talked about the Mayan calendar and the change of the age, someone shared in the human design that changes in 2027.
Even the thing with 2020, it's not something that just happens in the calendar year. It's like it's a period of time. And so, you know, it's the Wild West for a while.
And go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, hey,
Namaste, everyone.
how are you?
Um, do you have on the website the chakra blends that we are referring to for each of the chakras?
I
The
mean,
each-
yeah, like the spleen chakra oil, the solar plexus chakra oil, those.
right.
We should, but if we don't have them,
Yeah.
you can just
There was that whole class where there's the kit. But I think we also have at least some of them on the site, but if they're not all there, sometimes we
Okay.
don't put them up unless people are asking for them. Otherwise, we'd have, 5 or 6 thousand things up. So
Is that the mystical approach to the chakras where
yeah,
each one of,
exactly.
okay, I
Yeah,
have
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Thank you.
and you
yeah,
have
Thank
them.
yeah, yeah.
Someone's asking, instead of a full body bath, can a substitute be a foot bath? And if so, what amount of essential oil and salt is best to use?
Still a pound of salt for that, and still like 10 to 15 drops of oil in that. That would be a good substitute. Probably a better substitute though would be a body tonic, where you get it over large areas of the body.
Someone just wants clarity. They said Greg mentioned Angelica, St. John's wort, and helichrysum for depleted spleen. And I can spell that for you here. Okay. And someone's asking, is zeal oil a good one to use for the spleen?
What is it?
Zeal, Zeal.
Oh, so if I remember right, I think that was more for the solar plexus. Yeah, I'd have to look that one up.
They said that was in the actual spleen chakra class.
If it was in the spleen chakra class, then yeah. Yeah.
Lots of thank yous for the clarity and things like that. Since we're getting kind of close on time, can I just do a quick screen share
Sure,
so
sure,
people
sure.
can kind of see something? So what I'm going to just show you guys real quick is Greg's talked about, salt baths and foot baths and sustained inhalation. In the workbook that Letty puts together, she has that all in the workbook itself. But I'm gonna just kind of show you, I'm starting to get it up on the actual page for the class for you guys. So I'm gonna do a quick share of that to make sure I get the right page here. Okay. So if you go to the class page, the link, I've updated it so it has what's called methods of application. And this is a button that you can push, press, whatever. And then it has all the different things like Greg was just talking about. So you can look for foot bath, and Greg actually, if you click on it, Greg tells like how much oil to salt to put in. You know, obviously it's in the recording now, but just as an easy reference for you guys, down here we have a button that says sustained inhalation, which Greg explains what sustained inhalation is, why it's good. Of course, now we have Greg just did the recording part, but this is a reference for you guys to kind of see, oh, Greg mentioned a salt bath. How do I do that? And so we have the different methods of application. I'll start putting it there in that class page for you guys, right on this link, so it's easy for you guys to have a reference. And then I haven't walked through with the table of contents, so you know we're going through all the different chakras today. If you look and you really loved, say, this spleen chakra, right? So you can go right to click to segment 10 and it'll bring you right to it. So that's an option, and just figure might as well show you guys now while that was kind of being talked about. Someone said, excited about the chords class. When will it be?
Which class?
The one you were just talking about with the chords.
The peaceful mind. What is the
Cultivating the peaceful
yeah,
mind.
cultivating the peaceful mind. It's the weekend of the 14th, 15th, or 13th, 14th, whatever that is.
Yeah. Yeah, Valentine's weekend.
Yeah.
So what you were talking about is that. Okay, great. And I'll put that link on this here. I haven't been too active in the chat. I don't have my chat people here, so I'll post some of those links for those oils as well as the classes that Greg's been helping and sharing about here.
Yeah, that chord thing that we're going to do in a couple of weeks. I never really thought that I'd ever talk about chords to the depth that we're going to talk about. I always just thought, oh, we'll talk about it, but when we started doing that chords class, that one day thing, remember a couple weeks ago or whenever that was, I was like, man, we could do a whole weekend. And then I kind of realized we already are doing the weekend. I forgot about uh, the thing that we had had on the books.
Yeah, the cultivating
Yeah.
peaceful.
Yeah, the thing with that is it's almost, there's the chords, but then there's also like the reasons for the chords. That class we're going to deal with the reasons so that incoming chords don't impact you as much and the outgoing chords generate more information. Like, you're refining why we project things outward. And so, yeah. Because if you think about if we have a pattern that we're maintaining, when those projections aren't regulated, sometimes the projections are to just seek out that repetitive pattern that we're trying to break out of. It's not trying to break into something new. It's just like going, well, it's like my story of when I was young, I was 4, I had some, kid like take my toy that I was playing with, and then I had to go, well, I live in a small town. There's only a couple kids on the block. If I ask for my toy back, it's not going to be my friend anymore, and then I'm not going to have a friend. And so, my pattern was that, oh, a good friend is somebody who, takes things from you or, acts not very nice towards you. And so as I got older, if you look at it from the energetic point of view, I would send out cords and like, no, you're being nice to me. I don't want to be your friend. A good friend takes things from me. And it sounds like lunacy, but it's what we do. It's what intellect does is it keeps repeating a pattern that we've done. And so, for the longest time, I was in my late 20s before I realized like this is ridiculous. I can't do this anymore. Right. But energetically, keep sending cords out to like find and keep replicating that particular pattern. And so if we refine how we project out, then we can refine so that it's under the process of the intuitive mind and that we can turn it into manifestation or progress rather than repeating the same thing over and over again and suffering for it. So,
Also, I just want to say, I forgot, when you were talking to Jake earlier, yesterday when I had talked to you after, because it got my limps going after the naval process. And I was like, oh, can I just do that? And you're like, well, really, better to work all the chakras. And when you were talking about how, kind of like we put them, compartmentalize them in a box,
mhm.
it, it almost inhibits like what the potential is.
Right. Yeah, we want to open up and let them really do what they do rather than going, do what I think you should do. We want to open them up and it's like, be yourself when you go do what you do well. Because, like, who would have thought your navel would have been the thing that really stimulated lymphatic movement? But there was 4 or 5 people that everybody's throat was expelling, and all of that's lymphatic. Yeah. Yeah. Made sense after the fact,
Absolutely.
but in the moment, I was just, you know,
And we had done all those other chakras, but it
Mhm.
was like that one was really what they kicked it.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's just kind of interesting.
Okay, so boy, good discussions. If you guys have more things that kind of come up, write them down so that we can talk about them after lunch. And after lunch, we're going into the Ming Men. And we're going to probably do a few cycles on the Ming Men just because it's an impactful one, just like the spleen. And we'll talk about the Ming Men and all that kind of stuff. But we are going to break for lunch so that we can do the Sunday Sacred Space for Stara. Join us if you can. And then if not, we'll come back at 1:30 and we'll hit the ground running. If you have questions or shares, write them down and we can cover them right when we get started. And then we'll jump into the Ming Men. So, hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. I think we're good to go, or does people have a question? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go to top of page 10. We're on segment 11, and we're doing the Ming Men. And the Ming Men is located on your low back, opposite your navel. So if you go to your navel through the body, come out on the spine, that's where your Ming Men is. Okay, so again, we're on segment 11, application A, which means you're choosing between ambret, benzoin, jasmine, melissa, neroli, rose, or lang lang. So you're inhaling, your awareness is on the Ming Men, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the Ming Men. You're on the low back, the back side of the navel, the main man. Your awareness is still on that low back area. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. This should feel good for you. Yeah. Which one are you? Your awareness is on the kidneys. Your awareness is on the kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And now move your awareness from the kidneys to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Pause and let go. You're just letting go. Okay, let's do that same thing again. We're just repeating that process. So again, your awareness is on your low back, the backside of your navel. Your awareness is on your low back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're just letting it go. You're letting it go. How did that start to feel? Yeah, that could be. Yeah. Samantha was saying she's like more awake now. Right? So that's the dysregulation. We're going to go to application B. So again, benzoin, cypriol, fir balsam, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, white lotus. Choose whichever oil you're going to use. And then begin inhaling with your awareness on the low back, the backside of the navel. Mhm. Your awareness is on that low back area, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
Your awareness is on the kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on the kidneys. And then your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let it go. Just pause and let it go. Feel good, yeah. Let's do that one more time. Same oil. Your awareness is on that low back, the backside of the navel. You're still on the low back area, the backside of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your kidneys. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just pause and be still. Just let it go. That one made you sleepy. Yeah. Okay, they're short, so let's actually go through and do them both one more time, and then we'll talk about the Ming Men. So let's go back to the first oil that you were using, the ambrid, the benzoin, jasmine, melissa, neroli, rose, or lang lang. And again, your awareness is on the low back. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the kidneys. Awareness is on your kidneys. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Check on down again. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then you're letting it go. You're just totally letting it go. Okay, let's do.
So that was application A.
So we're doing B. Okay, so benzoin, cypriol, fir balsam, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, or white lotus. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the low back, the backside of the navel. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Your awareness is on your kidneys. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the spine. And you're just pausing and being still. Just let it incubate. Just let it incubate for just another minute or so. How's that feeling, Darja, by the way? You're melting. Okay, let's just talk about the Mingmen for a little tiny bit, like more like a conversation. So the Mingmen, in a lot of the seven chakra systems, all in fact, I think all the seven chakra systems, the Mingmen is not considered, not recognized as a chakra, right? So, if we look at the tree of life, sometimes there's seven centers, sometimes there's nine, sometimes there's 10, sometimes there's 11. Um, so in the seven system, a lot of times some centers are combined, but even there, the Ming Men is not usually even one of the ones that gets combined, you know, and so I don't know. It's a very interesting chakra. The thing with the Ming Men is it's associated with your adrenals, with your kidneys, with your spine, especially the lower part of your spine. Um, it's also associated with blood pressure. Your blood pressure as it circulates through the body, and that would also include lymphatic circulation, right? But the big thing with the Mingmen is it transmutes the body. It transmutes the form. There's three centers that are centers for transmutation. One is the Mingmen, one is the back heart, one is the crown, right? The crown is mental transmutation, the heart is emotional transmutation, and the Mingmen center that we're on now is physical transmutation. So another way of saying transmutation is that the Mingmen raises the vibration of the body. Like it raises the vibration of the body so the body can heal. If you look at it from the point of view of dysregulation and vagal tone, it is the thing that completes the loops. When you're stuck in a neurological loop, part of how you break out of the loop is the Ming Men goes through and raises the vibration, which means it moves that loop into completion and then into a phase of restoration. And so the thing with the Ming Men is it's about establishing order in the environment and order within you, right? If we're in a chaotic situation, part of what happens is the Ming Men overactivates to try to establish order outside of ourselves. But if there's some sort of difficulty, like a health issue, it also tries to establish order within us. Like it tries to organize and establish a kind of order within our body, within our emotions, within our mind. So, because of this, even how we go through and we look at like our inner awareness, our inner sense, that inner sense when we are able to look inward and go, okay, I'm aware of this in myself, or I'm aware of that I'm peaceful, I'm aware that my mind is quiet, I'm aware of my body. We talk about it as the body is communicating and sending messages to the mind, right? The body is communicating and then the mind hears, right? That ability to hear is what you would call the inner sense. And the inner sense isn't associated with, the upper centers. It's actually associated with the Ming Men here. And the deeper teaching is that when the Ming Men is more activated or more regulated or has deeper levels of vagal tone, it actually begins to balance out the two sides of the brain. When the Ming Men's not very activated, we tend to be very intellectual without very much intuition. Every once in a while, somebody might be very right brain and not very left brain. I mean, it happens. It doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. But the Ming Men helps to balance out the two sides of the brain and helps you to access both intellect and intuition, right? But even within that, like you could keep going down the rabbit hole where the thing with the chakras or the sephiroths, which are what we call the chakras, but they're centers on the tree of life. They're not necessarily just about a location and about a function in the physiology. There's a lot more to them. And in deeper mystical practices, these ideas of chakras are really like I was saying, like it's like a gateway or a door that you're walking through. And in mystical writings, they refer to them as divine conceptions, which means that until we bring light to these, we don't really cultivate the higher qualities. And the way that we bring light to a chakra is vagal tone. I mean, bottom line, how do we get light in the body? Vagal tone. How do we keep light from entering the body? Dysregulation, right? And so we want both, right? Because the dysregulation, it's not that we want dysregulation, but we need that part of this nervous system to survive, right? But when it becomes unregulated, right, it turns into dysregulation. So we want that part of the nervous system to function properly, and then we want a good amount of vagal tone. And that vagal tone helps us to cultivate like this deeper aspect of uh, divinity, an aspect of God, and the ability to access an angel or a group of angels. There's deeper things in there than just what we're aware of, right? But we have to be able to go inward. We have to be able to have the vagal tone to move inward to be able to access these things. So in a negative way, when we don't have very much vagal tone, when we're dysregulated, right? When we're dysregulated in the function specific to the Ming Men, there's different aspects that are negative, right? And so one of the aspects is because of the lack of the intuitive mind, there's a thing that I don't know. You could coin it as the razor mind or the severer, the accuser, you know, something that has to do with when we're super in the intellect without very much in intuition. The intellect is about seeing things in pieces, right? And so keep in mind that it's trying to protect the repetition. And so, and I'm looking at my notes here. So, extreme mental precision without mercy, you know, splitting reality into right, wrong, pure, impure, worthy, unworthy, us and them. Basically, the us and them mentality. Hypercritical inner voice, obsession with perfection or correctness, um, sense of like moral superiority, truth used as a weapon, intellect used to sever rather than integrate, and there's like a false sense of like a like I put in my notes, masquerading as clarity, discernment, or righteousness. Um, so that's just one aspect. Another aspect is the inability to be still, fragmented attention, avoidance of commitment, depth, or resolution, holding a bunch of different ideas and roles, identities all at once, never really allowing yourself to land. Like if you think about it, it's being ungrounded. Like it's literally being ungrounded. And you could even say, there's a psychological thing called dissociation where you kind of are checked out a little bit, not present. You're in automatic behavior, automatic thinking. And again, it's really not allowing yourself to like be present or be embodied. You're just like in kind of a reaction mode. And so in that, you have difficulty completing cycles. Um, and there's like just like avoidance kind of behaviors. So, I mean, we could keep going on and on about this, but we're doing more than just balancing out the nervous system. The more that you balance out the nervous system and the more that you go into deeper levels of vagal tone, you start cultivating these deeper positive qualities and you're diminishing the negative tendencies. You're diminishing the the qualities, the negative qualities that we were just talking about. And you're transmuting the body, you're purifying the body, you're raising the vibration of the body, you're completing those neural cycles, you're completing the loops. And so, I think I can't remember if this morning or yesterday, then somebody was asking if you only had like one or two that you really wanted to work, what would you do? And I was like, one was the spleen. So maybe it was before lunch. Maybe the spleen could be one, but the Ming Men, like work the Ming Men. Yeah, work the Ming Men. You know, it's a doozy. It really is. So the archangel associated with the Ming Men is Raphael, the healer, and Raphael is associated with transmutation and bringing order or organization to something, also to perception. And the thing with Raphael is Raphael's also associated with the ability to observe or to take in information. And again, if the Ming Men is dysregulated, your ability to take in information or take in light is greatly diminished, right? So even if you look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, we're not just balancing out the nervous system, but the Ming Min is also associated with moving Kundalini up, right? Moving the energy from the lower centers up to the higher centers. And the purpose of Kundalini is to refine the nervous system, right? Refine the survival field so that it becomes more regulated and not dysregulated, but also it's refining the senses so that we can perceive more than just what the senses produce for us, right? We go beyond the senses. And so the Ming Men is actually a very important energy center that really you could work all the time. So anyway, I could keep going on and on, but let's maybe do some questions and shares and we'll go from there.
Yeah, how'd you guys do with the Ming Ming? Go ahead, you can unmute yourself, you can raise your hand, type into the chat. Yeah, go ahead, Donita.
Hey.
Hey, hi everyone. So I used Neroli with the first run because then I switched. And I there was so much, like wave of love
Mhm.
that it was just so like overwhelming in a good way. The tears started pouring out, like love and gratitude.
Mhm.
Almost like the Mangmain as I was inhaling, there was just like it was coming from it. It's
Mhm.
like a person. It was like, like a being. It was just so expansive and so like my heart just went and I can still feel the emotions with it. It was just big.
Expansion, I definitely would say the more that you lean into the Mingmen, the greater the potential for that expansion. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
It was just, yeah, it was like that, the neurolif. I don't know. It just,
Yeah, good for you.
I've never experienced that with a chakra, it's like just,
Yeah. Well, like we were saying is like the more that we kind of go deeper into the chakra, it really is like a gateway or a doorway into some deeper level of awareness or deeper realm. Uh, but our survival mind keeps us from there. And so, the more that we can let go of that survival mind and step through that doorway, the more we can experience.
yeah. And there was other stuff, but that I can't remember, but it was like opening and there was things and it was like pathway and the gratitude for me and I could almost like seeing because I knew, that regulates everything, right? All the energy.
Mm-hmm.
And it was this deep gratitude for me for kind of like, thank you for being with me. Thank you for putting up with me all these years while I was, a mess. Thank you for not giving up on me in a way. There's just a beautiful,
Mhm.
I don't know, there was just something sacred and gorgeous about it.
Yeah.
And then a quick question.
Mhm.
What does this fir balsam absolute does? It completely like I just used it last at the end.
Mhm.
It just took me so deep.
Mhm.
Before I used White Lotus and it was fine. I was fine. It didn't really knock me out, but this one is just took me.
Yeah, it's very good for the nervous system and it's very good for increasing vagal tone and dysregulation in some of the body systems. It's one of the big things we use for diminishing dysregulation in the immune system. Um, it's for balsam, here's the absolute, and then there's regular fir balsam. But fir balsam was also used as an anointing oil, And I think I can't remember if it's the Catholic Church or somebody still uses it as for like in their anointing oil. You know, it's probably not as yummy as the Fir Balsam Absolute, but it's still, you know.
Is it the same as the other one, like the Siberian fur premium or whatever you have them?
What do you mean the same?
Like qualities, is it that it's a
They're somewhat different. Yeah.
so for this one, just stick to the
Yeah, Fir Balsam. Yeah.
fur box. Okay.
Yeah.
It smells yummy. Maybe
Yeah.
that's the yumminess. It takes me to the other
Yeah,
dimension.
it's super good. You know,
Mm,
it's super, super good.
mm. Thank you.
The Absolute's not very common. Like I can only get it every few years, and then it's not liquid. It shows up as this big like ball of resin that I have to heat up and liquefy, and then start adding a little bit of perfumer's alcohol to it to make it liquid. You know, not very much alcohol, but just enough. Like, but I have to heat it for quite a while. Yeah, it's a whole production. When I do it, it takes me a few hours to go through and do it. Yeah.
But worth it. The
Hmm.
yumminess is worth it.
Hmm.
Someone shared pretty cook here. And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Well, gosh, I wasn't really sure I was going to share completely, but there was a definite difference. I had to have a uncomfortable conversation with someone the other day,
Mhm.
and I really noticed the difference of how I would have approached it before to where I was now. And I kept listening, um, I think intuitively, but also really listening to them and then making sure what my concerns or points were, kind of got across. Or I don't know if they were 100% received, but I felt like it was definitely going in the direction I would like it to go in. It
Oh,
is
good.
definitely more expanded, more. Um, I slowed things down,
Hmm.
um, but at the same time, I didn't give things away. Does that make
Oh,
sense?
good. Yeah,
Especially
yeah, yeah,
myself, I'd want to say,
yeah.
or compromise myself on some level, for their feelings or something like that. So, yeah, I just wanted. So I think that would show that so much of these processes are indeed, at least I'm seeing a change, which I'm very,
Oh,
very thankful
good.
for. So thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I felt like if we did a third round of the Meng Meng, I actually might pass out.
Oh, we did do 3 rounds.
Oh, did we?
Mm.
Oh, well,
We did 4
maybe I
rounds.
did pass out.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's so funny.
Remember, because we did 2,
That's right.
and then we
Okay,
came
'cause
back
we were
around
two
again.
up
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
Yeah, I was here. Even if I wasn't, I'd be fine. I think those are the shares.
Okay. So let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back at a quarter after, and we'll do the sex chakra. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. We're at the top of page 11. We're on segment 12, and we're doing the sex chakra. The sixth chakra is located where the sex organs are. So again, application A, Ambrit, benzoin, jasmine, melissa, neroli, rose, lang lang. Let's have you choose one and begin inhaling with your awareness on the sex chakra. Your awareness is on the sixth chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And about 30% of the energy from the sex chakra goes to the legs. So your awareness is on the legs, from your hips all the way down to the bottom of your feet. Your awareness is on your legs. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the brain. And then just pause. Pause and be still. How'd that treat you? Hmm. They're just being still. Let's do that one again. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the sixth chakra. You're using the same oil you just used. Your awareness is on the sixth chakra. Your awareness is on your legs, from your hips all the way down to the bottom of your feet. Your awareness is on the legs. And then your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Now we're going to go to application B. You're choosing between benzoin, cypriol, fir balsam, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, or white lotus. Choose your oil. And then your awareness is on the sex chakra. Move your awareness to your legs. Your awareness is on your legs. Ask her how she feels. Your awareness is on the legs. Your awareness is on your legs. Move your awareness to your brain. Your awareness is on the brain. And then pause and let go. How'd that treat you? And let's cycle through again. Your awareness is on the sixth chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with that same oil. Your awareness is on your legs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your legs. Mm. Your awareness is on your brain. Just pause and let go. Just let everything go. Okay. So the sex chakra is, yes, it's the sex organs and the urinary tract and the bladder and that whole bit. But also, it feeds some of the energy of the legs, and it also feeds some of the energy of the brain. And the deeper aspect of it is that it's where spirit and matter mix, and it is the kind of the birthplace of true ideas. And this is tied to that aspect in three brains where we talk about the root brain. It's the instinctive mind. It's the instinct of like how we react to the outside world. And when we are conditioned in a way that's very negative, or the instincts are like hyper vigilant, hyper reactive, and not refined, the perception then falls accordingly. The more that our instincts are regulated and processed, the more that we have like a kind of guidance in the world. And our instincts are very conditioned. There's some that we come in with, and a lot of it is what's happened to us. And by going through and treating the sex chakra, part of what you're doing is you're having a regulating effect on those instinctive responses, right? Think of instinct responses also as like our stress response. That's part of an instinctive response. And so when we talk about refining the senses, part of what that is it's regulating and calming the instinctive responses. Part of any practice, be it healing or spiritual practice, it's a refining of the nervous system, a refining of those primal responses to surviving, and then how it impacts the emotions and then the mind. And so, yeah. Anyway, you can unmute or type in if you want to ask a question or do a share. Go ahead and fire away.
My legs actually started feeling heavier. Maybe I was just feeling them more, but like I could like almost felt like tight.
Tight?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah.
Could be some blockages in the legs, maybe.
Yeah, trying to.
The sex chakra is about 30% of the energy in the legs, but also the perineum or the perineum is like the faucet, right? So if you clean up the perineum, it opens the flow of energy down into the legs and will strengthen the legs. So sometimes, like when you have like a knee issue or even hip somewhat, but more like knee, ankle, something like that, the more you clean the sex chakra and open up the perineum, the more that energy flows into the legs, and then it either slows down the degeneration or helps that area to heal.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll keep doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm going to keep doing all these, but there are
Yeah.
different ones where you're
I
like,
know.
that was a good
Yeah.
one this
That
time.
one.
Yeah.
Right.
Someone shared, I had no idea about the connection with the sex chakra and the legs. The 305 of energy. I have issues with knees, bunions, flat feet, etc.
Yeah, like it's not going to be the cure-all for everything, but it definitely helps. You know, the legs tend to get like they tend to be dirtier. Like, they're the bottom of the aura, and it's where our body meets the earth, right? So it's like a mixing point. And so, the legs can always use a little extra work, but anytime you have issues, like you said, in the feet, the ankle, the knee, somewhat the hips, but the hips are high enough to where, you know, it's maybe not the perfect treatment for it, but anything in the legs, you clean the sex chakra and open up the perineum. And that would include even varicose veins. Varicose veins is energetically is usually looked at as those two aspects, or there's something off about that. Yeah.
The question, is there a pattern to clean up the perineum? And if so, which oils?
Yeah. So not necessarily with things in this class, but you can use things like Palo Santo, or I guess you could use frankincense, but Palo Santo is definitely a good one. Chakra root cleanser is a good one. And just put your awareness on the perineum and inhale a bunch with that. Yeah. I don't know that we ever put out the perineum oil, did we? I don't think we did.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I have a whole bunch of minor chakra oils that never made it into classes, but I have a little tub of all of those in the blending room.
Question. Greg said we can use the chakra oils for the protocols or use other oils. Thanks. I think, no, I think it was just we were saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, the chakra class from last week was like working the vagal tone aspect
Yeah,
of the chakras. So
right.
that has its own pattern.
Yeah.
And then these oils are the other side of the coin.
Correct.
So you use these oils for these protocols.
Right.
But you could mash them together and have peanut butter and chocolate.
Correct.
But it'd be doing each of them.
Yeah,
in their
you'd
own.
still do last weekend's class the way last weekend's class was, this class the way this class is.
Can you use frankincense tincture to clean up the perineum?
I don't know that that would really do a whole lot. It would need to be a lot of inhalations with your awareness on that area. Yeah. I mean, if you're wanting to do it internally, probably taking a few drops of Palo Santo might do it.
Mm.
I don't even know if frankincense internally would do it. Palo Santo would. Definitely. So,
I really love that the pattern for the sex chakra was sex chakra, legs, and brain. Like I really felt the biggest impact when we were on the brain. Like I just felt
yeah,
like
it's a
so
big
much
one.
was happening.
Yeah, yeah. If you think about it, like there's patterns sometimes that we do that's sex chakra, back heart, back throat, crown, or front heart, like sex chakra, front heart, throat, crown. And it's doing a similar thing where it's taking energy from the lower center and moving it up. And part of that is about refining the senses and the instinctive responses. But that's what you're doing is you're moving, manually moving the sex energy up. You know what they say, like about teenage boys being young and dumb, right? And part of that is because they might be overly sexually active or whatever, and then there's no energy to move up, so the brain's not very stimulated. So that's the whole term of young men being young and dumb is no sex energy is going up to the brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Because part of our cognitive ability is tied to sex energy moving up. Yeah.
Someone goes, let's do another round, please.
Hey, I'm game. We have a little bit of time. You want to do another one?
Sure.
Okay, one more round. I mean, it's short. We could do it. Okay, so we're going to do segment A. And Britt, Benzoin, Jasmine, Melissa, Neroli, Rose, or Lang Lang. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the legs. And now your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. And then pause and let go. Okay, we're doing the second oil. Benzoin, cypriol, fir balsam, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, white lotus. Again, your awareness is on the sixth chakra. Your awareness is on your legs. Your awareness is on your brain. And then just pause and let go. Whoever would have thought like meditating on the sex chakra would take you so deep. Yeah. How are you doing?
I like that idea.
You know, the more that you work this aspect of the sex chakra, the more it refines those instinctive responses. Part of the byproduct of that is it increases the cognitive ability of the mind, but it also is quieting to the mind. It's very quieting to the mind. You know, if you think about like things that we do where we go through and we do vagal tone and dysregulation, not so much in this class, but in other classes where we go, okay, we're going to target the digestive system or we're going to target the respiratory system and improve the vagal tone in that area and diminish dysregulation, you know, enhancing the function of those areas. And then you kind of go through and you do that process. And then, you know, the emotions kind of quiet down and your mind gets kind of quiet. And after you have enough experiences like that, you realize that the chatter in our mind is more neurological than it is the mind itself. And so, you're going through and you're doing processes that refine the senses and refine the instincts and quiet everything down. And as you quiet the nervous system down and those instinctive responses down, your emotions get calmer, and then the mind gets quieter. And then you'll notice that in times where, normally you would get stressed out or have some sort of reaction, that your stress response is different. And it doesn't mean that there's not stress in a situation. It's just your response to whatever that is shifts and changes a bit, and it becomes more tempered. So, anyway, it's a nice practice.
It is like I feel like, we did it this next time, this round. It's like every time my brain feels like it's way energies. Like I did
Right.
like super brain or something.
Right.
All right, go ahead. Actually, let me make sure you can. Yep, go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Hi.
how'd you do?
Just a question.
Mhm.
Would deep memories be unlodged as we were doing this?
Deep memories could be unlodged in any of the areas that we're in. Yeah.
Okay.
Any of the chakras. Yeah.
Yeah.
I,
And
I
then,
would I would say a lot of times, like if we're gonna get down to the mechanics of it, like any center could have like memories like where it comes up, but a lot
mhm,
of times you're going to probably have more of that in the lower centers, so
yeah.
navel, sex, spleen, mingmen, basic, because a lot of times those memories are still tied to our survival. Something was unresolved, or something got we got poked, or we were maybe didn't feel safe in the moment, whatever it was.
Hmm.
Or, sometimes, like, I think sometimes of like the memories that come up for me, on the surface, it doesn't look like anything's going on. You know what I mean? It's not like they did something and that was weird. Like, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? It's not like it was an incident or an injury or there's scar tissue. But sometimes there's just like a weird awkwardness, or maybe their intention wasn't the best, or they said polite words, but in those words the energy of it was maybe a little snooty, or something like that. And how like you walk away and something sticks with you and you're like, what was that? But looking at the details, there was nothing there. you know that's one of the things that you know I don't know, like you have interactions with some people, and they say they're speaking English, they're saying all the things,
Hmm.
but you hear the words and you're processing, and it's not like it's obscure concepts or something, but they say what they say, and you're like left a little confused. You're like, wait, what? And if
Yeah.
you look at it, it's not the words. Like the words make a kind of sense, but like you're like, what? And it's because the energy and the words don't match. And when they don't match, it leaves you in this place of like, huh, wait, what?
Say, yeah.
Like you're like something's not making sense here. And sometimes our memories are times of that where things just didn't make sense. And
Yeah.
if the lower centers are trying to survive, it's trying to process those things. And how we're talking about, even in a couple of weeks, we talk about how we project things out to, like, to stabilize, be safe, to like manage situations so things don't fall apart. And there's these different aspects that we do, and sometimes we send those out and we get back like weird information that doesn't make sense to us, and so it makes us like that.
Mm.
Or we've been courted in those situations, and maybe the agitation might not even be about us. They're agitated, projected something at you that was very survival oriented, had nothing to do with you, but it hits the field and is like disruptive or disorienting. And you kind of go through and try to process what that means when really it didn't have anything to do with you.
Okay. Yeah,
There's all
that one
kinds of
makes,
versions of it.
yeah. Yeah. When we were going through the last two, like memories were coming up and they
Mhm.
were attached to hurt feelings. Like there
Mhm.
was just some weird situation, and I was like, huh, what's common amongst these memories? It's like three different scenarios in three different countries with three different sets of people. But in the energy, a person's like feelings got hurt and energy came through other people. It just didn't even
Mhm.
make sense.
Mhm.
So I got out Rue and I thought I just need to disconnect from this. But is it just
That
memories come?
disconnect, and also like part of what happens is we are diminishing dysregulation and improving vagal tone, which means that like neural loops that are uncompleted are completing and then being processed and released out. And
Yeah.
so, do whatever you need to do to be comfortable in the moment. But a lot of times when those things arise, they're on their way out. As long as you're
Okay.
not uncomfortable, you don't really have to do anything. It's just like, huh, that was weird. If it lingers, then do something. Or if it's
Uh,
uncomfortable, I would say do something.
yeah, it was uncomfortable because in those
Yeah.
situations I felt like I was I was blamed for something that
Mm.
um it just hurt in the end.
Yeah, sure.
So in that situation, go the process and then would Rue be helpful or did just
Rue would be helpful. And if you think of again, like how we're thinking of these things as like you're always going back to dysregulation and
Mhm.
vagal tone, like cleaning chords, like with the etheric chords blend and things like that, you're improving vagal tone. And something like Rue or St. John's wort, when you're releasing the chord, really what you're doing is you're calming down dysregulation, but specific to that situation.
Okay.
And so, sometimes you do need to pull out, specific
Sure.
things. And we're
Okay.
going to go into greater depth into the mechanics of chords
Okay.
in that class in a couple of weeks. And so,
Okay.
like, you'll have a lot more tools to deal with the things that come up from the past, and even like how to interact going forward, be it that new situations or incoming
Mhm.
projectiles coming from other people. We're going to talk about it in ways that we haven't talked about it before.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Useful.
Because the connections are not always to people. Like sometimes like those connections could be about the situation or even like a pattern, and the people come to your awareness, but the connection can still be like to a pattern or to like a particular event or a series of events.
Yeah, I think it's probably a pattern.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was using root complex in it. Um, just that one's a bit more soothing. I think it's because of the St. John's wort in it.
Yeah.
Okay,
That would do it.
thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, good process.
And you had a good process.
Yeah, I thought it was, I mean, I'm glad someone asked if we could do another round. At first I was like, oh, I'm good. And then when we did that next one, I'm like, oh my gosh, my brain feels supercharged. And I'm just kind of stoked about it. Almost to a point of headache, but not quite.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if the headache is happening, you could take it like even up out of the brain, up even higher.
Like to crown or
Yeah,
12
up,
inch?
like up to like 12 inches above your head.
Mm.
Like try that right now. Go ahead and just put your awareness.
No oil.
No, oil. Let's just put your awareness like first on the crown and then 12 inches above your head. And then how does that feel?
Yeah, like I have a little
That
spigot
change.
kind of going.
Yeah, like it kind of changed it a
Yeah.
little bit. Yeah. Yeah. So like if you do end up like
I
with
literally
doing,
feel like the energy's moving.
yeah, it's moving up. Yeah. So you can unwind if you feel a little heavy in the head, you can unwind it by allowing it to release out the top of the head.
Thank you.
You know. So okay, so we'll take a break. We still have one more to do. We have the basic chakra. So we'll come back at 5 till and we'll do the basic chakra. Hey, everybody. We're at the top of page 12, segment 13. We're doing the basic chakra. So again, we're using an application A, Ambrit, benzoin, jasmine, melissa, neroli, rose, lang lang. So choose what you're going to use. And your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, which is the basic chakra. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. You're still on the basic. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your spine. Okay, you did the spine. Now let's move our awareness to the arms. Your awareness is on the arms. The arms and legs are extensions of the basic chakra. Your awareness is on your arms. Your awareness is on the legs. Your awareness is on the legs. And then just pause and be still. Okay, we're going to do that one again. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Hmm. Move your awareness to the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your arms. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your arms. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your awareness is on the legs. And just pause and let go. Pause and let go. Okay, we're going to go to application B. So again, benzoin, cypriol for balsam, spikenard, valerian, vetiver, or white lotus. You're choosing your oil, and then your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Yeah. Your awareness is on the spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're moving your awareness to your arms. And then your legs. Your awareness is on your legs. And then pause and be still. Just letting go. Okay, let's do it one more time. Awareness on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on your spine. Doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your arms. And your awareness is on your legs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your legs. And then just pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Notice how you feel. Now, if you look at the idea of the basic chakra, it has to do with blood, muscle, bone. It has to do with the form. It's tied to survival. It's tied to the survival field. It's tied to the primal part of our aura. The auric programs. And it is the source of the loops in the nervous system. And so anything survival oriented, it's tied to the basic chakra. Anything to do with blood, muscle, bone, which, if you think about it, is everything, tied to the basic chakra. And so even our ability to be realistic and practical, tied to the basic chakra. Our ability to thrive and survive and make a living and take care of ourselves, all tied to the basic chakra. And so the basic chakra is that survival component. It's the part that's anchored in the physical world or the physical realm. So anything associated with that, the basic chakra is almost always involved in just about anything. So let's open it up to shares and questions. You can unmute yourself. You can type in.
Well, I used vetiver for the vagal tone part, and let's just say I'm pretty chill right now. Someone shared lots of coughing with vetiver on the spine.
Mhm. Yeah, that could be. I mean, vetiver is very calming, soothing, relaxing, grounding. It helps to physicalize and bring us more into our bodies. Yeah.
Man, I feel so much more clear.
Mhm.
Like my brain just feels like it could be one pointed or it could space out.
Or it could, yeah. Yeah, nice.
And yeah, guys, go ahead and unmute, share, whatever you want. How'd this weekend treat you?
It was a nice weekend, nice class.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah.
We didn't even get to the mixing and matching them all
Yeah.
together for stuff.
Yeah, we will. We'll come back around and do this class again,
Yeah,
like a
it'll be
deeper
good.
dive. Yeah. But even just with what we did, like definitely a deeper dive into vagal tone. Yeah.
And I have had a couple of you guys wanting this kit after the fact. I have not made it quite available. You know, sometimes I extend the time. I just totally haven't gotten the chance. So what I'm going to do is in the newsletter tomorrow, I'll just do a little blip and let you guys know here it's still available for purchase at the kit price, all the oils.
Yeah,
So
nice.
we'll do that. And go ahead, Denise, and then Donita.
Hey.
Well, I use the Valerian. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty chill for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
And it's I'm very grateful that I was able to attend today.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm glad.
Everything's calming down in my system, and
Yeah, I mean, you went through and between yesterday and today, you went through and systematically did the whole body.
um, I'm looking forward to spending more time on that first day. But I was able to really focus a lot today.
Oh,
So,
good.
and I'm so grateful because I kind of spaced on all of it. Because I was so
Right,
wanting
right.
that kit. I was so torn. I wanted that kit, and I don't know. It was sort of just the week. It was hard to keep track of time and space recently. You know,
Yeah.
either I'm ahead or I'm behind. It's one of
Right.
the two. Maybe I'm lingering still in class. Anyways, thank you so much. I'm
You're
really
so welcome.
grateful.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Donita.
Hey, Miss Donita.
Hey, I'm still clearing my throat. It feels like something
Oh,
coming out. But I just want to say thank you for this class.
oh,
And
my pleasure.
it just clicked. I was like, I slept good last night.
Mm-hmm.
With a full moon, I normally don't.
Yeah. And you know, like I was saying to Denise, I mean, we went through all the major chakras and you know, the minor chakras were folded into it somewhat. You systematically went through the whole body, you know.
No, and it just feels, I feel chill but alert,
Mm-hmm.
grounded and spacey, but good. Like the body is just, you know, it's so thank you. But do I do more vetiver? I'm still clearing. Or shall I do more vetiver or take a tincture to?
For the throat?
Yeah, I
Oh,
can.
what's going on with the throat? It just feels like something's coming out.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, or maybe inhale chakra root cleanser on the throat. The throat and the solar plexus.
Okay, I'll do that. And last night, what I did, and I had a good sleep, I love your body tonics and I love your lotions. Now it's winter, so I'm lotioning.
Me too.
Yeah, you and me both.
So this is like one of my favorites, simple
Yeah.
but chakra root cleanser.
I mean, we're on a roll now where it's been about what, 4 months where every night we've put on like a body tonic and ointment and oh man, it's like kind of addictive.
Oh yeah, that's right. I did I do body and then the
Yeah.
angel, and I did the Azeki, whatever, what's his name? The one, the regeneration and integration, I think.
Yeah,
Here, the
the
angel.
yeah. I think it's this.
Akalea, or
Oh, maybe.
which one?
Akalaya.
The one we just did not long ago, Azekia, and we've got the kit for it. The one I think it's regeneration or
Oh, I'd have to look. I don't remember that one off the top of my head.
I'll have a quick pick. I
Yeah.
mean, I did that like, the protocol,
Mm-hmm.
the kit, and then I went to sleep and I was like, my gosh, I woke up and it was good.
Yeah.
Uh,
Nice.
Akilaya.
Okay, yeah, that's it.
What is it?
Angel Akalaya,
Akalaya.
Yeah.
integration and gentle restoration.
I think it just hit the nail. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for everything. All this,
You're so welcome.
this is like nourishing for the body and soul, and just so good. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're so welcome.
Someone shared, I also used vetiver, which I have not used much, and it was great.
Yeah, isn't it nice? Vetiver is also called the oil of tranquility. It's very, very grounding and soothing, and
They said I found the weekend to be very healing on many levels for myself.
good.
We'll have to go and do this morning as I missed it.
Yeah.
Very grateful for this class.
Yeah, we had a big discussion this morning too about
Yeah, that was a great morning.
the spleen and yeah.
Someone's wondering, do these protocols bring more health and vitality to the chakras? Does it help release energies?
Yeah, it does both. Anytime you're processing or releasing, that's usually more vagal tone. You're discharging the dysregulation. What you would call negative energy neurologically is dysregulation. It's just two different ways of saying the same thing. So when you're discharging energy, what you're also doing is you're discharging dysregulation in the body.
And then they ended with thanks for a wonderful and peaceful weekend.
Yeah, good.
And go ahead, Letty, then Teresa.
Hey, Letty.
You should be able to hear. Yeah. You're not on
Okay. Hi, Greg. Hey, Sam.
Hey.
Thanks so much for the class.
You're so welcome.
As always, they're all great.
How did it treat you?
Good, good. I wanted to ask you, like, it's a little bit of a weird feeling because first of all, thanks for the healings that I had asked for the whole stuff going on at work. But it's odd how like I'm upset about what happened at work, but yet my feelings don't match because I know I don't know how to explain it, but I'm thinking like I don't have the feeling of being upset, right? But I actually know because of what happened, like it's still like upsetting, but I'm not feeling upset. And I use Melissa, so I think that even helps you.
I went through this, like, I'm laughing because I went through this whole thing like I'm upset because I'm not upset. Like you know how, or
Yes.
like I'm supposed to be really upset by this, and I'm like, I just can't muster it. Like I can't get it. I still have that happen sometimes but
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
yeah, I
'Cause
know exactly what you're talking
it
about.
feels so weird. It's like I'm not like
But
physically
it's
upset, but
that's
I
a
know it
reflection
happened,
of
right?
your nervous system. Like your nervous system is, we get used to having these kinds of responses to things. And when we start calming down the dysregulation and increasing vagal tone, even when a situation is upsetting, we kind of process through it and we go, well, now I have to make a choice, or now I just don't engage, or now you kind of come to a resolution without all the in between, like upset emotions and everything. And it can still be a bit upsetting, but it's not like the potency that it used to be. It's like it's calmer, and you recognize like, oh, this is upsetting, but then you kind of switch gears and go, okay, do I resolve this? Do I just like be non-reactive? Do I let the matter pass? Do I, whatever it is, and then you just kind of put it in motion. And it does take a little bit to get used to, because your nervous system's been doing something for a long time. And so now that it's starting to do something different, it's like it almost takes you a little while to go like, aren't I supposed to be doing something? Or like, ugh. And so, yeah, you'll get used to it.
Yeah, it's like a super, super weird feeling, because I know like the injustice that happened, like they totally and what's upsetting too is like how they were able to manipulate the whole situation, and even like
Mhm.
even the principal kind of like believes like some of this stuff, and I was just like,
Yeah.
like what? I was like, this was so weird. But
Yeah.
anyhow, I just thank you for that,
Yeah.
because my old assistant walked into my office, and she's like, Miss Irma, I don't know what you did. And I was thinking in my head, it wasn't me, but she goes, but I feel good, and then she's like, and I'm
Good.
not crying and I'm not this. And I'm like, I said,
Good.
I'm glad you're not, but
Good.
yeah, I just feel like, I don't know, I'm just so done with like the politics of work.
Yeah.
I feel like I just want to go back into the classroom and not deal with all this BS.
Yeah. But the more your nervous system, keep working this stuff and, you know, you're in a situation where you're always dealing with kind of difficult things, you'll be able to handle it more and more.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
Greg.
You're so
Thanks,
welcome.
Deb.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi. So I'm going to ask like more of a mechanical question. You know, when we were talking about, like, I was feeling it really deep, like yesterday and today,
Hmm.
probably deeper than I've ever felt.
Hmm.
Um, and sometimes the memories, I could like feel the emotion of the
Hmm.
memory or the situation
Hmm.
or all the people. And maybe I'm not used to that, so I kind of want to hold on to it or want to do more with it versus just let it go.
It's probably still stuck in a little bit of a loop.
Okay.
Yeah, like I would say, like a lot of times, it's not so much that we're wanting to hold on to it, or, if you're still trying to make sense of it or process it, or like what do
Mm-hmm.
I do with it, it's like there's still a little bit of a loop there.
Okay.
And so like if it got like, you accessed it working a particular center, like I can't remember if it was the Mingmen or the sex chakra for you, like, but whatever it was, I'd go
It
back.
was both.
Yeah, I'd go back and work that one.
Okay.
You could do that, or you could even go, you could drop working the centers and you could go back to the body listening, up in segment 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you could just use one of those oils where you go, okay, I have that memory of whatever was going on, or I have that situation. Sit, observe it, feel it in the body,
Mm-hmm.
and then wherever you feel it in the body, inhale the oil to help accelerate the body listening. And a lot of
Mm-hmm.
times that will complete the loop, you know.
Okay.
Because
So,
sometimes it's like it might be like stuck in body tissue rather than in a particular
okay.
or something.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's funny. I think I went somewhere when you were talking about it. Um, so listening to the body and what oil?
So there's a whole list of oils for the body listening. Like easy one is frankincense oman, but
Okay,
if I
great.
remember right, there's like osmanthus and ginger
Strawberry flower or straw
leaves.
flower.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. No frankincense. No,
wildflower.
that's perfect.
Yeah, mugwort, narcissus neroli, angelica, poplar. Yeah, any of those work really well. Yeah,
Uh-huh. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, strawberry with strawberry flower. You know, there that I
Sorry,
used to be able
straw flower. Strawberry
I used to
flower.
be able to get a absolute of strawberry leaf.
Oh,
And
it's
it
nice.
smelled really green, but yeah.
Okay. Super. Thank you, Greg.
Yeah. There was a period about remember it was about the time I moved here where people were really trying, it was right before COVID. People were trying to break into like break new oils in. And so
Hmm.
there was all these really weird like absolutes and distillations and stuff. And most of it went away, but I still have some nettle.
I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. The nettle was nice. There was strawberry leaf. Guava leaf made it. Guava leaf was in all that. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, anyway.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
I have to throw it in. Violet leaf made it in there.
Violet leaf's better for forever though.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, thank you for
Hey.
another wonderful class. I was just wondering about segment one.
Mhm.
Would it help to do it now? Or whenever we do it, do we always do it before doing a chakra?
No, you do it before or after. The idea of doing it before makes it easier for the chakra to shift out of dysregulation. But really, that could be a therapy unto itself. I mean, it's part of the work programming. But, there's the segment A that's part of work programming, and then the segment B. Do you remember that class that was not like the body map class?
Okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And part of what we were doing there is working arms and legs. And so even that class has an impact on the shifting this dysregulation. And so it's just a combination of those two things. So
Yeah,
yeah.
well, I thought it was very nice when we did it. I could certainly feel the difference in
It's
the
super
body.
nice.
Yeah.
Like you know, working the arms and legs on a regular basis, you'll notice that um, in 30 or 60 days, you go back and you look like, you just spend like 5 or 10 minutes on it a day, you'll be a different person afterwards. Like
Oh,
you just
okay.
you don't react as much because part of what you're doing when you're treating the arms and legs is, for one, you're shifting the basic chakra, but you're shifting the basic chakra as it manifests and um, expresses itself out in the world. So it's very survival oriented. When we talk about the survival field, or the lower drives, the primal drives in the aura, the auric programming. Um, part of part of the survival mechanisms driven outward are tied to actually a different part of the nervous system. And as you work the arms and the legs, it shifts the basic chakra, but it also shifts other parts of the nervous system that help bring everything into like a better alignment. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, back to kind of what I was asking, since we did not do that today, we were finishing up the end.
Mhm.
Uh, so would it help increase the energy of what we have done today
Yeah,
to
sure.
bring
You could
segment
all,
one now?
yeah, you could always do it. Like
Okay.
I'd say, doing it before will help the shift, but like doing it after will help integrate the things that have happened.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you
Perfect.
again.
You're so
I'm
welcome. I'm
looking
glad.
forward to, you mentioned something about maybe a deeper dive on this. That sounds interesting.
Yeah. Like
Thanks.
sometimes we do version 2, version 3.
Yeah.
We'll do that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I
You're
appreciate
so
all
welcome.
this work on the vagal tone and dysregulation. Thank you.
Yeah, it really is a big deal.
It's a game changer.
Yeah, it's really a game changer. Yeah.
Someone shared, my legs feel buzzy and funny and awakening.
Mm.
A couple of times I did Cypriol before Rose. Is that a problem? They did A, but I'm B.
Oh, you flipped them? No, it's okay. It's doing the dysregulation first is like the most effective, but even if you do it out of order, it still works. It's just not quite as effective. It's still up there though, you know.
They said, I think this was answered when you were talking to Teresa, but they're asking, what is the best chakra to work when triggered with a situation?
It depends on the situation. But like if you're looking for like where should I go? Solar plexus is always good. Ming Men's always good. Um, you could even do the heart. Even the ajna. Like the ajna would help to regulate things. The heart would help to integrate and transmute. The solar plexus would help to release some things. The Ming Men would help to like process and break the loop. So for me, one of the first things I would do is always check the Mingmen. But then, I might jump to the solar plexus. I might, it depends on what it is and who it was and, but yeah.
And kind of like, I think what you were saying with Teresa was like the one that really activated
Uh-huh.
that too.
Yeah, if something really kind of stirred something for you, because even when we have like these old events, the mind sees the story, but the body just sees the reaction, the neurological reaction, and the neural cycle. And so, as much as there's a story there, the more we bring down dysregulation and we elevate vagal tone, that story will resolve. But if we do it from the point of view of the psyche, where we try to resolve the story, even if our mind gets to it, there's still the problem in the body. And even if our mind has got to a place where you're like, okay, I feel neutral, eventually that neurology is going to come up and create the issue again. You know what I mean? So like the more you keep taking it down into the body, down into the body, down into the body, regulating the dysregulation, improving vagal tone, the story will usually resolve itself because most times it's just a neurological cycle that's been disrupted, so we just complete the loop, we complete the cycle. Yeah.
What tinctures shall I take now?
Uh, I would say Blue Lotus. I mean, I don't know. Blue Lotus is always good. Blue Lotus or Malungu. Malungu is really good. Malungu is really good because it helps to process. It helps to stimulate the healing intelligence in the body. So either one of those works. Mystic Mind, that would also work.
Yeah, I was thinking Mystic Mind. Yeah. The person you were answering before said thank you. It's a current event. Thank you.
Yeah, current event. I would say Ming Men. Like, I don't know. Ming Men and Ajna. Yeah. Yeah. Because the thing with the ajna, when it's activated, it will regulate our reactions. It will regulate the emotion. It will regulate our responses to things. And so the Mingmen kind of cleans everything up, and then the ajna will regulate things. Especially if you're in a difficult situation, it will also help you be more strategic. So I would do a combo. I would do those two.
Thank you. And thank you guys for joining us this weekend. And yeah, I think keep an eye out on Monday for the newsletter. And 76 names of Metatron one day for the
Next weekend. Yeah, we're doing the activation of the body of light in the 76 names again.
Angel Ariel on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then can't remember if you already told us what the deeper dive practice is on Wednesday, but that'll be in the newsletter.
Yeah, be in the newsletter. I can't remember what I wrote down.
And feel free to email us for any questions. If you can't find a product, if you're looking for something, email us at info@plantpranaoils.com.
Thank you for a great weekend as usual.
Oh, thank you. Take care, you guys.